Alright. Choose a screen and subtitle language. Alright. English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I always crank these up a little bit for stream purely because I have very bright lights in my face. And there's a glare. I thought I could type it. I can't type it. How do I switch to PM? Ugh. Wait, I gotta wait for it to actually hit PM. I mean 30. It's 29 right now. Hold on. Moment of truth. Come on. Come on! Switch over! I'm gonna eat my granola bar. Also, if you guys get a second to give the Go Live tweet some love, that would be really appreciated. Hi, Dagner. We did it! I'm probably turn this down a little bit. Okay. You have an energy drink and an apple cinnamon Danish. That Danish sounds good. It better be G Fuel. I'm scared. I'm not. I'm just excited. Why does it go? You know what? I have to remind chat. Sometimes I will say things that sound like real questions, but they're rhetorical unless I go, hey, chat. No, really. I'm actually asking. Okay? Don't answer my questions. I have to, as a streamer, let you guys in on what I'm thinking, right? Don't answer my questions. We're doing Ultra Deluxe. Everybody told me to do the Ultra Deluxe. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the TikTok chat I'm probably just gonna not look at much. Maybe Alejo. Alright. Let me set up the TikTok real quick. There's actually a Stanley Parable, game on TikTok. Hell yeah. I don't actually have a link to my TikTok shop, but if you go to my TikTok profile, click on the shopping bag. Anything you buy in there directly supports me. Alright. I'm playing the Stanley Parable for the first time. I don't know what this game is about, but we're gonna figure it out. Hi, Glacies. Oh yeah, the TikTok live is up if you want to pull that up on your phone to help out. That would be genuinely very appreciated. Tap the screen, share the live. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna copy that little share button right there. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so it pops up telling you what game we're playing, everything's good. Okay, cool. How much do you like this live? Very much. I don't know why you're asking me about my own live, but whatever. Okay. Begin the game. You know this? You've seen YouTubers play it? Cool. Watermelon? Check. Alright. Just in case I decide to make this into a video later. I have never played the Stanley Parable. Ever. I have absolutely no idea what I'm getting into. It's a completely blind first playthrough. People just told me to trust them, and I'm trusting them, so let's do it. What? What did that say?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
It's loud. I'm sorry. I'll turn it down.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Ew.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Pop quiz.
And then one day, something
427.
very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, hold on. Let me turn. I'm gonna turn the audio down a tad so that you can hear me in relation to it a little bit better. And I'm also gonna move these cameras up a little bit so they're not blocking the subtitles. Okay. Hey, look, it's a mug. I hate Mondays too, but it's Wednesday. Right? Is it Wednesday? Whoa, why do I feel so short?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hello? I'm turning it down more. I'm having to fight it too much. I'm sorry.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What's that? Number 1, Dad. I have a number 1 Dragon Mom mug. That wasn't volume. Was that my FOV? Oops. I like all the sounds. Where is everyone? Be my Valentine. That's a weird mug. What is this place? Yeah, you're right. 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 You're right.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Beautiful. Okay. Where is everyone? Why do I feel so short?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I? Okay. Whoa. Who's Mr. Narrator Man? Don't tell me anything.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda. What's that sound? We know I didn't read it! Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. Everyone is unique. You most of all. If everyone's unique, then no one is. Name that movie. Number of slides on this slide. Charts, slides, charts, and slides. Huh. The Incredibles, thank you. Rated which charts on the same slide depict the same information. I like this. This is business. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts, I'm begging. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate. And hey, I wasn't done reading. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict unless you're the kind of person who initiates... I can't read these fast enough! What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, a boat, pollution, spring break, clear skin, metamorphosis, football, comatose. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no exception of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute. Let it ball up inside. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Huh. I like it. Where's our bosses? That's the broom closet. Where's the boss? Where are we?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Are you sure? Because, like, I don't know that I want to listen to you, Mr. Narrator Man. What's this? The executive bathroom. Wow!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Oh.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Well, you just told
But
me
of
it.
course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
But we do know it. Look at all the wallpaper. I am the most expensive boss.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Wait. Where is this thing?
2845.
Yeah, I got it the first time, Mr. Narrator Man. I don't see a device. Oh, this thing.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Mr. Narrator Man. He gets sassy when I don't listen to him. Wait, what is this? Wait. What's this? Loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Whoa! Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, those logos shouldn't be popping up on my face. I had to move them the other day, and I forgot to move them back. Good call. Where are my logos? Where did they go? Where did the logos go? Oh, for fuck's sake. Ooh, those should be down there. When I click, it sounds like a keyboard. No, seriously, we disabled it. You can't jump. Get your first achievement. Awarded for getting any of the other achievements as fast as you can. Why can't I jump? This sounds like a good idea. What's this?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Fuck?
Did he have the strength to find out?
No, but we're gonna do it anyway. This place is scary. It's still a little loud. I'm sorry, audio is the hardest part of being a streamer, I swear. What's that?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Whoa.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where
Fire.
freedom meant nothing.
Wait, which one are we? We were... that one right there. I think we were 427? Boop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been
We
under
just
someone's
started.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
What's this?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Sounds like I did. What's this?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
What?
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh, really? How do we do that? It's so dark in here. I love this voice actor. He's great. What's this? Can I push it? Mind controls idle, awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
If you say so, Mr. Narrator Man.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Well, that's good. Good for Stanley. I just got an achievement that says beat the game, complete the Stanley Parable. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
All of his co-workers were
Mr.
gone.
Narrator!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We didn't get out,
When
did
Stanley
we?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No! I'm going right!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I have a pop? Can I have one? Give me one! No.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yep, Mr. Narrator Man.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Excuse
It's possible
me.
that this is why everyone left.
That wasn't very nice.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What message is that, Mr. Narrator Man? What? No way. Hi, Shiara. Is he done talking?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left
Nope.
to get back to business.
I didn't. Do not
Stanley
lie.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Caution, do not lie. If you were lying right now, stop. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion, will cause death.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize it, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Hey! Oh no. I can't get out.
All of his co-workers were gone.
No!
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I was such a
Perhaps he had simply
condescending,
missed a
very
memo.
powerful. So powerful.
When Stanley came to
No.
a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I
Perhaps
totally
he
get
wanted to
why
stop
people
by the
like
employee
this.
lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
Yeah,
this
shut up.
room.
We already did
But
it.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Why?
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who? What's this?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
What?
How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long.
It's not been
if
that
you'd made
long.
any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense. And at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
But I don't wanna. I unplugged the phone. He didn't unplug the phone. I unplugged the phone. Do I have to? Wait, look at like the shadows and stuff in here. Can I go in here? No.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
He put bars on it. I'm not allowed, and I can't jump. Yeah, Miko is, comfy. They're controlling me.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Hi, Stephen. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna do what you want me to do.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
That doesn't look good. What's happening? Whoa. I think we broke it. Do I have to?
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No!
I have to. I have to.
No, you don't. Mr. Nair, what the fuck is going on? This is spooky.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Is there?
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
My
If you'd just gone
diet
through the
is
door on the left, you would have
ruined.
seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard
But we
on
already
it.
did
I
that.
tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But I don't wanna.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm having fun pissing off Mr. Narrator. Yeah, I kind of yelled a little loud for Miko. We're still going right. Say something, I dare you. Say something, Mr. Narrator,
No!
man.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Does this eventually end up doing anything different, I wonder? You didn't talk to me this time. Mr. Narrator man, talk to me. You're just not gonna... You're not gonna end it this time? You're just...
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly
Fuck, I
as
think we
Stanley
have to
would.
go left.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm really curious if this eventually... it's like such a meta game. Like, is this ever going to actually work out? It might not. I think I broke it too much.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Fine.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That
I'll
means
go
choosing
left,
responsibly
you
and always putting the
stupid.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think we gotta listen to Mr. Narrator, man. He seems to be in charge here. But what if it changes this time? Good point! We gotta check! Yep, nope, didn't change. Didn't change.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Fine.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Just open
he
them.
entered the door on his left.
Okay, now what, Mr. Narrator, dude? I gotta try out the doors. Oh, hey, look, we're back
there
here.
was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Bye.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We're in the broom closet. Wait, what if we go downstairs? What's...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You won't even let me go downstairs. You fucking narrator. I fell, rats. That doesn't have anything above the door anymore. No, there's no jump. You get an achievement for it. Why is this different? Business strategy. It's a panda with
Inside his
a...
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions.
This is different.
And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Into
He
the
drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
What if I don't do that, though? However, you do kind of have me just, like, trapped in a room? This is...
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Did he? Did he?
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Yes.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Now!
Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This
Oh, well.
is a crucial step.
We're gonna sit here and stare at that panda. Oh, this is a great game.
Fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here?
'Cause you
had a
forced
choice, you
me.
know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could
I
have done
did.
whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Whoa.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Whoa.
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
Walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it.
I'm stuck.
You hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Why are the credits stuck on the screen? Ugh!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to go downstairs.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I want to go down the stairs. It wouldn't let me go down the stairs.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Are you sure?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Are you sure?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Yeah, but I want to do something in here.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Because I can.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
What do you mean?
I never would have thought to mention it.
What do you mean? Oh, we got a Miko up.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
Look,
I
it's
hope your
coughing.
friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What? Okay, Mr. Narrator.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical melody of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
But I don't wanna. We are in the closet. There's nothing going on in here. But yeah, I've never played this before. Don't know anything about it. I guess we gotta leave the broom closet.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Excuse me!
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I really don't think there's anything in here to pick up. Miko's got this. He can play. Damn.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nope. We did not.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Good point.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Other good point.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yep.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Correct.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently,
No!
and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
No, I don't.
Let me go back to my job.
No.
Let me continue pushing the buttons.
No!
Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
No!
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
We're still here. Oh, holy sheep. Thank
Stanley
you for the
began
35
screaming.
months.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Jesus Christ.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But I'm going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Well, we haven't done this yet.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But there's this giant red button.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Hell yeah.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, From here, it's, left.
Are you sure? Because I don't believe you. I don't think you even know.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
You sure about that? Where the hell am I? Oh, it's back here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
No.
Okay, from the top.
No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what?
Everything's different.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. Well, this is different. I like this. This place is kind of, oh my god, is that Papa John's garlic?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why
No,
not?
wait. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What would I wear?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's no doors.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
What? Thanks, Coffin. Glad you knew the reference. We've never been this way. Does this open? No. The reference machine? I do too many references.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Sir, get it together. Normal.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, How about this? You win! Congratulations!
What?
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I think I did.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Me too.
I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I guess we follow the line. Just like the line in behavior where you have to... Why does this go this way? We've never gone this way. Is that solitaire? Behavior has this stupid fucking yellow line the visitors are not supposed to cross. It's goofy.
You see? The line knows where the story is.
Does
it's
it?
over in this direction.
Does it?
Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Destiny awaits.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Can't go
Simply
up the
by
wall,
the act
sir.
of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Woo.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing up? Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Da 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 da.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
If you say so, but you put the line there.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
There's no echo. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. On TikTok, there's no echo. Your cheeks and your ribs are gonna hurt at the end of this. They kind of already do. My forehead kind of hurts from being confused. Giving personality to inanimate objects is always so fucking funny. There shouldn't be any
no,
echo.
not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Okay, nobody hears the echo. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. This line's gotten a little crazy. Ba-ba-da-da-ba. The line TM. Ba-ba-da-ba.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
But you told me to go in circles. What's that? Whoa. The confusion ending. We've been playing it for 18 minutes?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
Mr. Narrator doesn't even know what's happening.
Eventually.
Hi, Brandon.
Well, in the meantime, if you...
Didn't like that buzzer sound.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
That's different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But I don't know if I'm supposed to listen or not yet. Oh, I hate that when I do that, Lazira, when I bite my lip or something. God, it's the worst.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Should we?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead
Hi,
to the
Mike.
opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, but let's go in the executive bathroom. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Extreme bathrooms. He hasn't said anything about me being in this room. Where's this go? Not the panda. I have no idea where we're going. Mr. Narrator's having fun. Are we going to the center of the earth? Nah, the elevator's not shaking. We're fine. We're not soft locked. Why is chat freak the fuck out? Oh my god, this is a game where you're supposed to fuck it up. You're supposed to do crazy, stupid shit. What do you think, Mr. Narrator? We gonna go anywhere? I wonder if this is even actually moving or if we're just in a thing that's like pretending. mumbling along with it. So you're telling me this elevator doesn't even work? Great. I don't want to do what I have to do anymore. Let me out.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet.
But I don't want to
And so
go
the boss
down
had assigned
there.
it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
What if I don't want to put the right code in?
2845.
How many endings have I gone through? A lot, but also not a lot. I'm not actually sure when they actually have counted as endings. But we could type in...
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I need another spot to do a detour. That is cheating. He's cheating.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Fuck it.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
And yet...
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
Sure was.
And willingly confront his death.
Sure am. Now I'm not so sure. Oh, that was just a drop? Oh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
No! Oh, no.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
That didn't happen.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Don't know, because I literally can't see anything. What's this? Who's this lady narrator?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh my god, the credits are on the wall. So we got a museum of my life as Stanley? The freedom ending. Countdown desk. Countdown room? Why does that say 12 now? Not sure that it gets more meta than building a museum to your game in your game. It's getting a little freaky. The phone. We probably should have tried to pick up the phone, huh? Maybe we go back. Zending levers? The screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. The escape menu. Whoa. Trailers. Did we go this way already? I think we did. Chat, make sure we don't die. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Okay, I'm back. You know, I could really go for an espresso martini right now. In the house fire, which squishmallow do I save first? Can you see it on the live? Connor. The cow. This cow right here, Connor, he's the first. But in the same swoop, I grab Emily the bat right there. What's an espresso martini? A martini that has espresso in it? It's pretty self-explanatory. I busted my nail. What's a martini? A super strong alcoholic drink with vodka. I don't think I've ever seen this countdown desk. I don't think we have... Click holding is $3 on Steam and is less than an hour to beat. Could make a martini at 6:30ish and play that while drinking. What is click holding? Oh, is that one game that's super weird? You just, ooh, apple teeny. You know, I never had one, but come over, Mike. I'll make you one. I have none of the stuff for it, but I'll find it. Wait, what's this? Narration outtakes.
Then he pushed the number 4.
He recorded the dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from
Barry
early
walked
takes that were
through
not
the green
used.
door. Stanley walked over the bridge. Then he pushed the number 8.
I can't believe they found a way to use all of his voice lines. You have a clicker in your hand and you click. Have any of you played that one? Hey, look, money. Ultra deluxe announcement. What's this? Warzone. We designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. There's some innuendo to it. Narrator emails? After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for their promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Hey, Shannon. Yeah, what is Stanley's last name, Mr. Narrator? I'm lost. We gotta get out of here. Parable? I don't think that's true. That didn't do anything. How do we get out of this super weird room? Button sounds. I like this museum, but I would like to leave now. Mrs. Narrator Lady, can you let me out? Actually, the squishmallow that I saved first is my cat, which is on the purple side. He's like a living squishmallow. Hey, there's an exit sign.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oh. Sorry about that, Stanley. Well...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? So, we go in here, right?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh no. Bye, Summer.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
That's how
After
old it
receiving
is?
critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Damn. South Rebel, thank you for the 14
Okay,
months.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I don't know about that, Mr. Narrator Man.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I like this now. What's this?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
I can't jump. I can jump! This is riveting. I literally can't jump anymore. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Oh my god. Well.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
No.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm glad that the narrator is excited about the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, I love that. Oh, this is different. That's really funny. The picture of the hallway when you walk out of the normal game.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
But... But, like...
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Well, he's guilting me to check out the surprise. Okay, I'll come check out the surprise.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The Memory Zone chat. Miss Cosmic, thank you for the 48 months. We did do the broom closet. I didn't get like an achievement, but we definitely were in the broom closet getting yelled at for a really long time.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Wait, what's that? That's a Steam picture. Our first kiss. My first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. This is so goofy. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. These achievements are fucking ridiculous. Super go outside. Don't play it for 10 years. There's another one that's commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. What? One of the achievements says click on door 430 5 times? One is to quit the game and start again. Yeah, PTB ruined it yesterday.
Je suis dans la memory zone.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Best of PAX 2013. I like the elevator content. It wasn't bad. Person of the year. Aww. I love seeing game dev. I never saw that.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
This is cute. What the hell's all that? The serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is amazing. I need more games like this. More little one-off cult games that I somehow missed.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Aww.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
The Beginner's Guide's another good one. Love this game. At first you were confused what to feel, but you like it. I love this. This is really, really solid. Oh no, not another one.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
There's literally a skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what...
Can't do.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy
I always wonder if
ruminations
it has
on the
an
nature
actual
of
end.
choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, Surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. No, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Where did your subtitles go?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well...
There's no
I would
door
say maybe
anymore.
30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's... Well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as all? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
No.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities.
Well...
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to
You there, Mr. Narrator? Time stopped. Really? Really?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion.
Basic me, thanks for the 52 months of the tier 3. Oh, the clock is on the ground.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think he's having a mentee bee. Oh shit. What happened? I blame Cookie 9 also. Hey look, there's light in here again. Wow. Whoa. Where's Mr. Narrator guy? That sounded bad. Maybe aliens? Anna, thank you for the 60 months. I think that's 5 years. Thank you for the 5 years with your Prime. Welcome back. Our button is broke. Wow. The spice must flow. It was Hans Zimmer all along. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to be back here. Phone?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Wife?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Where's that door? 417 needs 20. Where's 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Wait, where's 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415? Where's that one?
Now, back to door number 437.
How many?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
You got it, boss.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Where's that? Yeah. Yeah, how do I do it? Let me up there.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
You got it, boss. Sadie, thank you for the 41 months with your Prime. Wait, where's 416? Where's 416? Wait, where's 416, Mr. Narrator Man? I can't find it. Where's 416? Shouldn't they be in order? Where's 416? It's the new content door. But I can't. But I can't.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Well, that sucks.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Wait! It's gonna happen!
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
I got the
wow.
achievement!
That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I thought it was a good idea. That was awesome. Okay, we're going back through the new content door with this big sign he made for us. That was great. It is a super subtle sign. Oh, shit.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Is this actually how they announced it?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
This is cute. This is actually cute. They're back! 2 doors! New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Oh my god, wait, the fern. I never figured anything out with the fern. I never figured anything out with the fern. Izzy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, he said it was the most important fern, but
Now, to be
yeah.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Crab, the ultimate sequel. New features.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
There's a merch booth. Wait. 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 Welcome to the official website of the Stanley Parable 2. Holy shit. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Yeah, that works. I saw the new content. This t-shirt is the best new feature. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. That's new. What? Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, but like, what is it gonna say?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name,
Will
whatever
it?
name that is.
Will it?
Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Oh,
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
you got it, boss.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Joseph, thank you for the 65 months. Hi, Jim and chat. This game is amazing. It really is.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise, soon
No!
you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Aw, he took my button away. Well, that was fun for a moment. I remember that they
I
had.
suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
You heard Jim. That sign fucking changed. I remember that they had an unachievable achievement. Someone figured out how to get it, and then the dev changed it, and nobody believed them. That's incredible. What's this? Please, no screenshots. A whole new office. That is triggering an old memory. The baby is all grown up. I never got to the baby. The new updated ray traced more of the same, but in a good way sequel. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. What? I was seeing if it did anything. To the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest,
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Can I hold it?
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they?
They really do.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Where's the... Whoa, why did it change? Do I just take the bucket? Okay, I'll just take the bucket. Sure, okay. This is my bucket now. Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Cool.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Dude.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
I want these balloons. Stephanie's one's stupid. Oh my god, the picture's changed.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh yeah, I took screenshots, Drake, but I don't really know what happened. Nothing seemed to happen.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Well...
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
What? Rude. Did you have any clue this game would be like this? No. I mean, I knew it was like a meta game, but I didn't realize how meta. Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Dream. This is amazing. Give me it! I just carry this bucket around now.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
That guy turned. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Well, those are horrifying. Oh.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
What other stuff haven't we looked at?
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I don't know. What if there's more stuff? Maybe I missed something. Infinite hole, it won't end. I did find bucket.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well, here we go.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Why not?
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Yeah, but what happens if we sit here for a bit? Anything? Just chilling?
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
It's shorter.
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Well,
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
it's
Okay.
getting shorter.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth,
We can't
I just
jump.
can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
I can't get out of the
You
hole.
just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's not working.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still
Sir,
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
come back. At least I have the bucket. The bucket is my friend. What is that sound? What was that sound? We're in the hole. This is amazing. Change your perception. Change your reality.
flaws in the ocean.
Hi, Silver.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
What?
You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Toodlepip? Life's pretty good, Silver. Things are good. Getting ready to go to Cleveland Friday for a concert? What concert? Are we gonna go back down in the hole? Oh, nope, it reset. Lamb of God. Ooh.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I still have the bucket. We did the gym one. The achievement, the collectibles, the hole. Was this... we came out of here? Yeah. I think we did it all. I guess we leave now? I wonder how long I get to keep the bucket. I'm glad we saw the hole too. What the?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
It's still pretty bad.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
So ridiculous. This is so meta. God, I love games that do this shit. I just take special types of brains to make these things. I love it so much. Good music. He's good at this. Like some little nightmare shit. Ugh, doesn't the third one come out this year? Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe it's next year. Alright, kid.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for
Oh my
a company
God,
in
the
a big
balloons
building
are in
where
it.
he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them. And
Hi, Craigie.
this is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Sombers, thanks for the 64 months with
And
your
then
pride.
one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
The balloons?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where's
Perhaps he had
Bucket?
simply missed a memo.
I miss Bucket. Bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Bucket
And
told
here
us
it
to
was.
come
Had the
here.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I'm proud of Bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meet, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh my god. Can me and Bucket go in the broom closet?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
What?
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Alright, yeah. Screw you, broom closet. Me and Bucket are ride or dies. Yeah, you don't get to say that.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate. No more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Bucket and us, yeah, we go way back. We experienced the whole together. Teffy, thank you for the 25
I've
months
got a
of the
second
tier
sticker
3.
back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
A sticker of a bucket on a bucket?
It works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Oh my god, Miko's looking in the camera. What do we do? Do we just stay? Is Miko jealous of the bucket? I love that our bucket has stickers now. Miko's wondering if he is a bucket. I want this broom closet ending everybody's been asking about. Alright, I guess we leave. Then we go back. Nothing? Nope. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh my god, it's actually different.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
But... because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. We got a little collectible me and bucket. No, we can't go in there that time.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion
Bye,
that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 284. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
Bucket knew.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, Migo's like, actually sleep time again? Look at that fat ass. Look at that loaf. Look at that absolute unit in that cat tree. Wait, how the hell do you have bucket emote?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty,
Yep, I meant Miko.
he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room.
I want to know
packed
what
with
happens
television
with Bucket
screens.
here.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ugh.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
The bucket's gonna start crying.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except the bucket.
Jesse, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate
But here
that.
was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Yep.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh, yeah. What about this? Why can't I push that? Why can't I push the red button? Moose, thank you for the 84 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the long time. It's good to see you. I'm getting old too. I pushed the 1 and the 2. And now the 3. Where's 4? There's 5. 4's up there. How do we get back up there? Can't see. Can I not go up there? Why can't I go push number 4? Do you have to do it before he stops talking? Hi, Dragon Tears. And Doc Crits, hello. How do we get up there?
When at last they came to but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What is this?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
We used to have this bird. My family used to have a blue and gold macaw. And his name was Poncho.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
In the meeting room.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms.
I like that the
and a
bucket
wave of
keeps the
comfort
stickers.
rushed over him.
Wait, what's that? I just really like that the bucket keeps its stickers.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I have not restarted the game yet.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was
I'm
this
so
better
curious
than the
about these
meeting
other
room?
figures,
Yes,
though.
Stanley. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Hi,
to go
Mama
back to
Flower.
the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Thanks, Bucket. That's what we'll do.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Except,
Stanley did not question why, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I had to just, for the fucking fun of it.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Wait, I want to go back the way the bucket wants us to go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him. telling
No,
him
this
that
is
the
just like
employee lounge was
just a
simply
blouse.
the place to be.
I'm wearing jeans with it. I wore a dress yesterday. It's just been so hot lately, and the stream room gets so crazy that it's been nice to
And
wear
here it
things
was.
that
Had the bucket turned out to
are
be
a bit
correct?
more
Was this
summery.
better than the No, never mind.
I love this
The
color.
bucket was
It
wrong.
really works
Stanley
with
took the door on his
my
left to go
hair.
back to the meeting room.
I've like lost my voice now? What the fuck?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
Said the
Oh
bucket.
shit!
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He
Can
was
you
firmly convinced that the
go?
bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We've never been this way. Where does this go?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game
What do you
if not addressed
mean?
quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Do I have to? Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
It's like a game show.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is
What?
a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Sir!
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No, it's a tractor.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket.
No.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
Are you sure?
And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes. Do I? Wait. Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
I have
What is
no
a bucket?
idea
What
what's
isn't a
going
bucket?
on now.
Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes, you
Stanley,
are.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
This game makes my brain hurt.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Blazer, thank you for the 3 years. Welcome back. Well, Bucket better come back.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It's really hard to explain this game, Mama Flower. How the fuck do you explain this game? Yeah, I don't know. I use TikTok Studio to stream to TikTok. It's a really sarcastic narrated adventure where you kind of have to decide if you listen to the narrator or not. And we picked up the bucket along the way, and now the bucket is our friend.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
It's very
No,
like Groundhog
mind.
Day, because you kind of
bucket
end
was
up doing a
wrong.
lot of the same things over and
Stanley
over
took
to
the door on his
change
left to go back to the meeting room.
slight things each time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the
No.
meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I want this. Give me this.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yeah, it's basically like you decide whether or not you listen to this narrator. Whoa. Where the hell are we? You get a bunch of different endings depending on what you did.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Oh. That was not what I thought we were going to experience.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Wait, we have to go
Stanley
up
clutched
with the bucket. We
tightly
haven't
to his
done that
cheek.
yet.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
We haven't gone
But
up with
Stanley
the
had
bucket
felt
like
the
he
bucket
asked.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No, you don't have to
And
listen to
here it
anybody.
was.
You
Had
can
the
do whatever
bucket
you
turned
want.
out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Why do you make the
cargo
bucket
lift,
sound like
yes.
that?
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sure, why not?
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
What dark room? Through there?
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Not a bad place. Not really sure what it's trying to get me to do right now. Oh, there's Bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your Bucket. Press K to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Are you sure? I think Bucket is real.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket is our friend.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
No.
Listen to me.
No.
It's just a bucket.
No, it's not.
It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Yeah, it does. Don't listen to the loud man. Press T for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press M to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Okay.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press X to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Just realized Bucket is in the painting. Press Q to relive this same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
He's gonna steal my bucket. Press G to go home to work. To home to work to home.
having feelings for the bucket.
No!
No.
It's
What's
my
going on?
bucket!
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Why are there candles? No, I don't want to be with the bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No,
give it
it's
to me.
my
give me the
bucket.
bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley? I loved that.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Huh. What happens if we don't pick up the bucket?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I take a look at the achievements? I did. Don't have very many. I have like 4. There will be a reward for finding these? What do you mean there will be a reward? Some are both red and blue, nearby a fireplace and stairs. Something to do with stairs. Trust the completionist instinct. Maybe we are the collectibles?
Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
We're just gonna sit here for a second. You let me know what he says. I need a drink. I'm back. Miko heard me accidentally rip my earbuds out of their thing. He hasn't said anything? Okay. Well, Miko did come into the room. Miko, come here! People want to say hi! Come here! Don't just sit there meowing at me. Come here! He knows I'm gonna pick him up. I'm not very settled, no. No, I ate a peanut butter pretzel. Look at this little fella. He's sleepy. And he's just purring. What is it? What is it? He is 6 months old. Almost 7 months. And no, he really hasn't become cuddly at all. I don't know what's going on right now. I think he's just sleepy. I think he's actually falling asleep. Here, I'll just let you lay there. You just lay in my lap. I have a TikTok I'm actually gonna post of him. Maybe tonight.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's pretty cute.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Oh, you can see his little cat ears occasionally. Is there another one in here?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
This just keeps going?
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
It doesn't.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Hey,
No,
Herman.
Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Let me out.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy.
I wasn't trying to do this. Let me
He thought to
out.
himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well
Let me
enjoy
out.
this while I'm
Let me
still
out.
lucid.
This is
So,
not a dance.
He imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Woo.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remembering
Thank you, Lucky
so
Monkey.
lucid? And then
Yeah,
perhaps
Miko's
the
just
strangest
like,
question of them all
what are
entered
you
Stanley's
doing,
head.
Mom?
One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself
Fur
sooner.
babies.
Why
They're the
is there
best.
a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
He's the cutest little
I'm
guy
dreaming
ever.
about a voice describing
Yeah.
me, thinking about how it's
cutest
describing
little
my
kitty
thoughts,
cat.
he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
The
So he
cat
closed
chooses
his
the
eyes
owner,
gently,
Mr. Potter.
and he invited himself to wake up. He felt
I
the
can't get
cool
out
weight
of
the
this
blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his
monologue.
back,
I'm sorry.
the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Yeah.
Let me wake up.
You
he
need
thought
a
to
little
himself.
friend,
I'm
Mr.
through with
Kitty.
this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
I didn't take
Everything
Bucket
will
with
be
us. I
fine.
should have taken Bucket with us.
I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
And then he died.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Bunched up my
Mariella woke
shirt,
up on a
little
day
kitty.
like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone
Are we
knows what crazy
stretching?
people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Are we
I am
stretching?
sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
Nico,
She had no time
this
for
isn't
this,
for you.
so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
This is my cat. Did you want to be on your front and not that? We could put you on your front. Here. Put you on your front. You can lay down still. Here. Make up. Let me put you on your front. Hold on. You're not letting me do it. He is a ragdoll. In case you couldn't tell, ragdolls get their name because you can hold them and they just floop. But he's been a little frustrated with me lately, but they just kind of floop. He's like a little stuffed animal. I do that too much and I get cat hair all over me. Yeah, he's got a very floofy tail. Has owning a cat changed my mind on kids? No, if anything, it's had the opposite effect. Miko's my fur baby. If I want to feel more of that fulfillment, maybe I'll get another fur baby. But no, I still don't feel like I want children. It's never been a thing I've felt. Trust me, I've done some soul searching. I have tried to figure that out, but no, I'm very happy with my life. Having Miko is like one of the best decisions I've made in a long time. And being back home with my friends and my family and having plans all the time, it's just... I am incredibly happy. I find this job very fulfilling. And I think that I don't know why we're going on a rant about this, but fuck it. This job to me is my baby. This business is my baby. I find an incredible amount of fulfillment out of seeing where I can take this job and what I can do and brands I can work with and all of that. And I would have to give up a lot of that if I ever went down that path. So, yeah, I don't know. It's never really been a thing for me. I agree with you. The wife and I don't have the desire. Pets are enough. I really love pets. I've always said that I would have fur babies, but Miko is the best pet I've ever had, hands down. Like, yes, he's a shithead and he's an asshole sometimes, but he literally is like converting my friends into cat people. Like, I had a friend over recently that was like, I've literally never been around a cat that's like this. Oh my god, Spooky Little Spirit's so good. So yeah, anyway, just a little, because somebody asked me about that. Doesn't matter to me what people choose. Have them, don't. I don't see it in my future. Hin's the sweetest. He's such a good little cat. That's actually the first thing you warn women you meet. No kids, never. Don't think about it. At least not with you. It's a Good thing for you to bring up right away. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Got your fur babies. They're the best. Oh, I haven't seen the computers do this. Even as a lady not wanting kids, 2 was surprising to see how many men do. Why are you rubbing up on my legs? Do you want food? You do want food. That's what you want. He wants food. It's not time yet, little buddy. I don't know that I get unconditional love from him. I think it's very conditional. No, but yeah, I just see it like it's just like a path. I've had a lot of conversations about this stuff because people are it's a very divisive topic. But the way I see it, it's just a path. You can take it or not. It limits the dating pool for sure. I'd much rather have a fur pet. Right. It does though. It really does. Cause God, I could go on and 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 on about that topic. Your fur baby just hissed herself awake from a dream. 100% a baby. They really are. He's like, hear me out. It could be time. I could feed. Here, let me give him a little bit of dry food because I don't think I've actually put any food in his. I don't have it set up on a time yet. Like, I don't have it on a schedule yet. But I'll give him a little bit of food on there. What is hilarious to me is that the food dispenser has a camera on it. So I get to watch Miko launch himself to this food. It's really funny. We all have our own stories about that, right? Before your dogs passed, you would carry them around your parents' house like actual babies. Because they are your babies. But yeah, it's just a path. I don't know. It's not one that I see myself taking. It's not something that I say never to, but it's not something that I think I need, and I don't think I want it. Everybody my whole life was like, oh, you'll change your mind. I'm 31. Hasn't happened yet. Yes, I know you're meowing at me. Somehow you didn't hear the food dispenser go off this time. Do we take Bucket? We take Bucket.
Old Bucket. Just Stanley and the Bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Hi, Ogden. You're turning into that word. How do we get on this topic? Somebody asked if my opinion on kids had changed since having Miko. I respect your path. Thanks. Yeah, I respect whatever decision people do.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What happens if we go with the bucket and we unplug
This
the
was
phone?
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket
Something that
turned out to
pisses
be
you off
correct?
when everybody
Well,
says that's me. It will not
never
change my
mind.
mind. I know
bucket
that I
was
don't want
wrong.
kids as I don't like
Stanley
them. That's
took the door on
fine.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
Totally fine.
No,
Said the bucket.
Come on,
don't
Bucket.
go to the meeting room.
I don't want
Go
to talk
somewhere
over the
else.
narrator.
The
He's so
cargo
loud.
lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or
Thanks,
how this
1v1.
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm trying to figure out what Miko is attempting to do right now. Other than murder my sign that says cauliflower for the billionth time. Is there like a toy back there? Sometimes his toys kind of get like mixed into my squish. You think it's a spider? I think it's a toy. I think it's a toy. I think it was actually like a piece of food or like piece of cardboard. We were all wrong. Anyway, oh, fucking hell.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
We gotta unplug the phone. Unplug it.
Now pick up the phone,
No, Bucket.
said the bucket. Pick
No.
up the phone,
I
and
have
it will
to
take us
disobey
back home,
Bucket.
where we can go about life together.
No, I have to disobey Bucket. Wait,
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
because Bucket told me
Were
not
you
to.
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny,
This
Stanley.
bucket
a talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny."
I'm dunny with the funny.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny, Chuck.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Well, that was weird. Sorry. Wildfire
Hey,
Wolf,
goodness,
thank you
this
for the
video
56
is a
months
little
with your
outdated,
Prime.
isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Perfect. I'm ready. He's watching the bucket on my screen now.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Miko is pushing buttons on the keyboard because every so often... You know, that's a good question. Where did that yellow bucket sticker go?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh my god, Vixie. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Oh my gosh, Path to Death, Senko, Anne Printerio, Kitsulak, Salem, Lundmaster, Mooncat. Hello, everybody. Ooh, how's the Binding of Isaac? Thank you so much for bringing your people over. For those of you coming in that don't know me, my name is Kayla. I go by Cauliflower on Twitch. I am a full-time variety streamer with a heavy focus in new releases and horror games, but I've never played the Stanley Parable, and I'm sorry if I butchered anybody's names. I'm sorry. New emotes. Wait, you have new emotes? Wait, which ones? I fucking love your emotes so much. Alejo, thank you for gifting 3 months to Vixie. Welcome back. Is that one in a washer? No way. Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to Cringe Ass Nene Baby. Yep, that's a yep. Step bro, I'm stuck. That is incredible. I've never seen anything like that. Holy shit, that's incredible. But well, thank you for bringing everybody by. I really appreciate it. And please, mods, if we could get another shout out for Vixie, that would really mean a lot to me. If you're in my community and you haven't gone over there, you're really missing out. But I know how much my community loves emotes, so definitely go over there and get those, because Vixie might have the only channel that, like, I'm not super consistent with my subs these days, but the emotes literally keep me consistent there. Jesse, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. So yeah, go follow Vixie. You'll have so much fun over there. You really do. You genuinely have like the best emotes.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video?
No,
I think this was all covered very clearly.
I didn't
There's
know.
no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint.
Oh my god, it
Are
does
you
sound like
proud of
Gecker.
yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I've been trying to figure out the entire day where I know this voice from. The entire day I've been mulling it over, trying to figure out where I knew it from. This is the first time I've ever played this game. That makes so much more sense now. But yeah, again, this is the first time I've ever played this. It is a blind playthrough. I am playing the deluxe version. So we have our bucket, and we have done a lot with it today.
No. You were supposed
He wanted
to
me
go
to
through the door on
actually.
the
He
right,
actually wanted
leading
me to go do that. My bad. Okay, go through the door on the right. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What? Is this the room?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point.
Nope.
A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit
Nope.
which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself.
I am playing the
I don't
Gecker
deserve
Parable.
the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Don't you dare.
Yes, surely that will help me.
Don't you
improve
do. Don't you do. Words are hard. Oh,
Stanley,
fuck.
You love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making
God, those
fun
are
of Stanley's
terrible.
obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Gecker has me so traumatized. I just keep expecting to hear banana screams. Holy shit. If you've never played this game, I could not recommend it enough. It's so good. I've just been trying to find more things to play lately because I find that it's just a very slow game release calendar right now. And we have been playing a lot of horror games, but I'm also trying to save some horror for October because I do a giant horror month. So I was like, ugh, I need recommendations, and this was thrown out there, and I'm fucking loving it.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
You know what we need to try? I have never done the phone part without the bucket. I'm sorry, bucket. I'm sorry. Goodbye, bucket. You already got me into High on Life and DVD. This one too.
This was not the correct way
This
to the
one's
meeting
called The
room,
Stanley
and Stanley
Parable.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I have played The Forest,
was
and I
okay.
played Sons of the Forest. Yeah. I had
But
to leave
eager
bucket.
to
I'm
get back to
sorry.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I've never actually answered
Stanley
the
was so bad at
phone
following
without the
directions,
bucket,
it's
so I want to see
incredible
what
he wasn't
happens.
5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to
Father
make every
Curtis, welcome
decision
back.
by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
God, that Sons of the Forest, like, weird ending that
This
we
is it, Stanley.
got and everything.
Your chance to redeem yourself.
I hope it's better
To
now.
put your work aside. To let her back into your
firewall
life.
or viewfinder?
She's been
No, I don't know what
waiting.
those are.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
We've
to
never
reach out
actually
to her.
answered the phone.
If you can truly place your faith in another,
I've not
Then pick
I've
up
not
the
played
phone.
Superliminal. I've heard that one brought up. Waifu?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Well, that was rude. I don't like this mannequin.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Perfect. Good morning, employee 427. Press C on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press I. You got it.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
We did sleep with the bucket, apparently, possibly. Oh, we can watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Wait, where's the TV?
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Nico,
The thought
I don't have food for
excited
you
him
right
terribly.
now. We're gonna spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
We gotta make dinner?
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
I haven't found the baby. Tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down
my God,
some
your
new
name's
path,
Lesbian.
mustn't there be?
I'm so
Perhaps if he
sorry.
played just one more time.
Sorry about that. I read it really fast because the names were zooming by, and my eyes honed in on Anne. Sorry. Press J to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Sleep?
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
But I want to. Wah. Please press X to be at work in the morning. I gotta do it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press you to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
This has some moments in it that feel very horror. They're very, like, if not horror, thriller. And we still haven't found
gone. What could it mean?
every
Stanley decided
figure.
to go to the meeting room.
It's
Perhaps
like
he had simply
psychological
missed a memo.
horror in a way.
No matter how hard
It is
Stanley
very
looked,
dark, yeah.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
All right, fine. We'll take the bucket again.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
This is not... Is this what it usually looks like? I don't know. We've done it so many times, I can't keep
Stanley
track.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
Ooh,
entered
you
the
know where we
door on
haven't
his
gone?
left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
We
him
did
that
go
the
in the bucket
employee
and the
lounge
closet,
was
yeah.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked
Here we
straight
go.
ahead to the opposite door.
We haven't been down here with bucket. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad. I wonder how much
Good,
this guy paid for the
Stanley.
voice
I'm
lines.
glad you
Dude, I
found your
don't
way here.
know.
I knew you'd find this place eventually.
This is completely different with the bucket. Did we ever go down the escape hallway? We did. We died. It was a really long hallway. Where he said that our death was a very violent death was waiting at the end of it. We got squished. We got, like, turned into jam.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
But the broom closet. Is this our friend? Why is the broom closet down here? Wait. They brought up that a figure would be near a fireplace. Where is that fireplace usually? In the office? We haven't found... We're still missing, like, 2 of the figures, I think. Alright, well, where does this go?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
God damn it.
Now this
No,
is
do
what
it
the Stanley
again!
Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes. It's as
Yeah.
classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley.
You gotta
Let's
give
give
us
them
the
more content
music.
exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I don't want to give up the bucket. What beautiful music. Oh, and you'll have to thank him for me, Mama Bear.
Don't you get it, Stanley?
What the fuck is this?
We need to get rid of the bucket.
No, don't you dare.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
I think I do need
Go
you
ahead
to.
now, Stanley.
No.
Say goodbye to the
No.
bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Now.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the
Why the
pantheon
fuck
of
is
beloved
everything
Stanley
doing that?
Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh my god. Oh.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you
It's
were
very Halo, yeah.
magnificent.
Very Halo. Sorry, we're like looking into the sun. You're Mama Bear's husband. Well, hi, Rebel. Welcome. How do we get to the baby? I guess we're
Someone was
technically in the
following
sequel
Stanley. He was sure
content.
of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Is Bucket still here? Bucket's still here.
A good bucket. A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a
How
bucket
did
of
we-
culture and distinction.
God, we've had so many things have happened in this game that I can't even fucking remember where to get to what. Ryan, thanks for gifting a sub to Rebel. Welcome to my Dragon Army. Enjoy the emotes. Can we get some Kayla gifts in chat? I don't know. I don't know. They keep showing the baby, but I have never seen the baby. They've referenced it like 2 or 3 times in the sequel here. Let's turn off the game. Hold on. I'm gonna quit to desktop and I'm gonna boot it back up. I haven't actually done that yet. Oh shit. No, wait. This game's absolutely worth getting, Karma. It's very like Groundhog Day. Groundhog's Day. You're gonna do a... What's happening? You're gonna do a lot of things over and over and over to get different outcomes. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock at 12 o'clock and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. How do I get out of the fucking... I want to get back to like the base content, not the deluxe stuff. I want to find the baby.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Here's the intro.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
You can find
and
OG
he
stuff
pushed
in this mode?
buttons on
Okay.
the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
If you don't pick up the
every month,
bucket, runs like
from
normal.
every
That makes sense.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I got an achievement. Welcome back. Quit the game and then start it again. Oh, God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's see. So there's a figure somewhere, both red and blue, and nearby a fireplace. Red and blue and nearby a fireplace.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
Huntaro.
to his boss's office.
Red and blue. We've already been in here. We already got the figure in here. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course, so that's a... Say that's a lovely purse. That's changed every time we've got in there. Bye, Jimin. I've got to find the other figure.
Staring into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Fireplace.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
I know, I want to find the baby.
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret
red
PIN
and
number.
blue.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Can I see the figures if I don't have the bucket with me?
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number.
Hunter, I can
that
absolutely see the scary element.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
This game was made on a budget of 10K. Well, I love that. Dude, I bet he made so much money. He had to have made so much money.
Descending deeper into the building,
It
Stanley
made over
realized he felt a
28
bit
million.
peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion
I need
in
to
his
make a
chest,
video
as though he
game.
felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay, so the other figure we need is somewhere that's both red and blue.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Where the hell would be both red and blue? You know, I don't think we can take the elevator back up. Cause it gets it shoots off a bunch of sparks, but we can try. Never mind, we can go back up.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I do want to find the baby path. I want to find it organically, but I also realize that time is a bit limited. Be the first game developed by Twitch by a streamer and viewers.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is.
We never
What
did
a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
How do we get out of here? Can we get out of here? Oops. Okay, I don't actually know what we do from here. Maybe try the number backwards? What was it? 2845? If they let you go back up, what the fuck? Like, there should be something, right? I don't know that anything is happening. Do we just have to go back down? Can anybody give me a hint as to where the baby part is? If anyone knows. You're locked into an ending currently? Well, that sucks.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor where Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hard to believe
Although
this is your first
passageway had
time
the word
through.
Escape written on it, the truth was
It's just not a
that
game
at
I'd
the end
ever
of this
played.
hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
We've already done the violent death part. Maybe we should just go this way.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
You want to know if you have a possible new ending here? Sure.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives
I
of
never
so
pushed
many
yes without the
individuals reduced
bucket.
to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
You have to go back to
nothing.
the room where there was a sign with the no buckets allowed. That makes sense.
This mind control
What is
facility.
this Gecker
it was too
simulator?
horrible to
Apparently
believe it
Gecker's
couldn't be
voice
true.
was
Had Stanley really been under
based
someone's
off of this
control
guy's.
all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
There's two possible endings here that I haven't done. Really?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Well, we never pushed
It was unthinkable.
the power button to
Wasn't
stay
it?
on.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent
And there were
his
a bunch of
entire
buttons
life
I couldn't figure
utterly
out.
blind
You
to
were
the
close to
world?
the elevator ending? Elevator ending.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled
How do we
with
get up
emotions.
there?
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
There's only one new ending you can do now? Yeah, it's pushing the yes instead of or the on instead of the off. Maybe. I'm not sure.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You
I
were
turned it on when I
supposed
had
to
the
let it
bucket.
Go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
What?
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
Whoa!
This is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story.
Wait, I
want
wanna do this.
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to
Wait,
enjoy
why is
it.
this telling me
Mere
to-
moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood.
I'm
You're
trying
gonna
to
die
push
anyway.
the one.
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office
He's
sink
so
into
mean.
the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Holy shit.
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30
Wait, I have
seconds
to do
until a
it
big
again. I
hit
would have
remembers.
figured it out.
No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
Another
Or don't.
choice?
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
Wait, no! The music in this game is so good. All right, hold on. I have a date with a baby.
All
That
of
was
his co-workers
not the
were
sentence
gone.
I wanted
What
it
could
to
it
be.
mean?
I have a date
Stanley
with the
decided
section
to
of the
go to
game
the
that
meeting
has a
room.
baby in
Perhaps he
it,
had simply
meaning
missed a
we're
memo.
going to go find it to play it. That's what we're doing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But
Is this
eager
the
to
way-
get
yeah,
back to
this is the way
business,
that I think the
Stanley took
baby
the
is.
first open door on his left.
If it isn't, then I'll check the message to see.
Stanley was
This
so
is where
bad
I
at
think it
following
is.
directions. It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
Shut
really,
up.
I'm
You
not.
talk so much.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove
Red and
that I'm
blue!
on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully. This is...
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them.
Well,
all,
I'm proud
but
of
that
me.
would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Baby, is it this way? Wait. Red pill or blue pill? I can't remember which pill does which. Red!
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
It isn't a loop?
We would both be so much happier if we just
Excuse me?
stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here,
I'm going this way.
Let me show you.
Yay!
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Oh, well.
I actually... No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs.
Why?
If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset.
Okay.
We'll lose all of this.
Okay.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well... Sorry, Mr. Narrator.
No! Oh, thank God.
We
You
lived.
You had me worried there for a moment. Now, no. No, what are
We
you
gotta
doing,
finish
Stanley?
the job.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Oh
Can
my
you do
God,
that for me?
we're slow now. Well, we're not going back to the other room.
My
I gotta
God.
finish this.
Is this really how much you dislike my game?
I
That
need
you'll
to get
throw
to the
yourself from this
baby, and I think it
platform
was the
over and
other
over to be rid of
way.
it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Oh,
Am I
when you
reading the
say it like
situation
that.
correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
God damn
I
it.
don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
We move so slow now. And I can't sprint.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That's kind of sad. Can I pick the blue door? Damn it!
Stanley, I'm sorry.
Wait.
But I have to put a pause on things.
What?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Not really.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
God damn it.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Weird.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom.
I guess I should have picked up the other
You did
one.
that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
What an odd...
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse.
TikTok
It was
just
the third
decided
one. You picked it up
to
and then
flag my
after
live
that,
with the
you had
sensitive
3 of them.
content warning.
I'm glad these moments are so
Can't
crystal clear in your
imagine
memory, but
why.
I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being
I
in
don't
this
remember
room,
a
but
pink
it's here
room.
in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't think it did, sir. It's not the first time you've been locked.
This was the 5th mini stand.
yeah, it's just
and
a
this
flag.
One was really something
So
special.
it's not like,
it was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly.
It's not
In
like a
fact,
big
because
deal.
this
It's
one is
also, like,
particularly special to
late,
me.
so it
I
doesn't
made
matter,
a little
but-
video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
A video? This is the shit I would have made.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that
I
video,
bet you
but it was
did.
8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That was amazing. Oh my god, the blue door!
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Who knew? I don't think it's gonna matter, like, if I go through these now. Yeah. Damn it! You are in the present. Am
And
I?
then there was no more. because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Okay, I have one last thing that I...
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
No!
See how that feels.
Sir!
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
God damn it!
Yes, I love that video.
Oh my god. I absolutely adore
Still don't
this.
remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory
Still
of
don't
this
remember
one.
this
Good
room.
though.
Pretty sure
A
it never
solid room.
happened. Oh shit.
These really were a treat to hunt down.
Ooh,
You
fuck.
know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
We never went for the under the stairs one, but I just don't
Second
care.
figure. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it
I
too.
remember. Now
The
let me
past
into the
is
main
truly
game
a
again.
Wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
I have the the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memory. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Yep.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
We might have broke this guy just
Yes,
a little.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Why is that kind of sad? Okay, baby time. We're
All of his
trying to get
co-workers
this.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
Well,
had simply
sort of.
missed a
I
memo.
collected the last figure in the ultimate version or the deluxe
When
version.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
Oh, I get it,
Yes,
Alejo. Thanks for hanging
this
on.
room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone
I'm
else
glad
can
you
be
enjoyed it,
difficult, but
Alejo. Oh, shit!
But in his eagerness to
I
prove that he is in
missed!
control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Oops.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
You know what? I don't need your sass.
All of his co-workers were gone. What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Messed up.
simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
God,
stop
all your
by the
new
employee
animated
lounge
emotes.
first,
God, I
just
need to
admire it.
commission some new animated
The
emotes.
lounge was sublime, a work of art.
I just
But
like.
eager to
I
get
ran
back
out of
to business,
ideas.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at
Okay,
following
bye, Leo.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
The clap one's so cute. I know you're an
Look,
emote
Stanley,
whore. I
think
am
perhaps
too.
we've
I
gotten
just.
off on the wrong foot
I've
here.
been so busy
I'm
lately.
not
I
your
kind of let
enemy,
that
really, I'm
slide,
not.
and
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are
Yeah.
you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
see, I missed when he said that. I would have gone through the blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red
Oh no, I
door.
did not.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
The red door. No, I didn't.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen?
Yes,
well,
I do.
Don't let me stop you. You see?
What the hell
There's
is
nothing
this?
here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
What?
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yep.
Do you not think I put a lot of time
Yep,
into
yep, yep.
that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'll give you a 5.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of
munch.
inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. There's a leaderboard. Whoa. We're that bad. I don't think that's true. Why not ask some friends for help? Error! Friends list empty. That's a lie. This is your superior. A dead rat is objectively ranked. Hey!
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helps you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No.
Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Let's do it.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh, shit.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Oh.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or
Yeah.
purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have
Can we
here?
do the baby one again?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Oh my god.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some
My
sort
creep
of twisted
tower?
erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And
Whoa.
it seems there's
Since
even
when
more.
does my right click
Come,
make me
let's
go
venture
forward?
outward and see what else is out there.
You know, this looks identical to a horror game we played, but also yes, Firewatch. I've actually never played it. What was it? Was it one of the Fears to Fathoms?
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What do you mean? No, it what? Hi, Mega.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
What?
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path
Yeah,
to follow.
Drake.
You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful.
Rocket
See, this is
League?
exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game,
I
will
wanted
be
to play
phenomenally
Firewatch.
impressed.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I don't have a car, sir. You just want me to... Oh, you do.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
I'm winning.
Is
Look
it
at me
better than my miserable
go.
little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought.
And the crowd
and
goes
I realize I'm not a
wild.
sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Look at me
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Boom.
Stanley, I'm like a child
Boom.
in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh. Okay. Sure, why not?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Yeah.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided
Bye,
you didn't want
Vixie.
to play
Thank you
my
so
game,
much again.
now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, shit. This is kind of creepy. This is my room.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yes, this game takes a certain level of brain power to make something like
All of
this.
his co-workers were gone.
It's pretty damn cool. It's a pretty damn cool game. And I can't believe I got a full stream out of it. We could boot it up again to see, if something happens. The good ending? I don't know that there has been a good ending. We gotta do PM. 4:20 p.m., your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Now I'm curious how accurate 4:20 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 4:20? Extremely. Can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. Wish we had more sliders, but we'd gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones now. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. Aw, Daniel, thank you so much. What a cool game. It's a great game. Now you gotta boot it back up. Do I? Okay, it's the last time. Adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Whoa. Whoa. Was that Taco Bell? That's technically a 9. Does that count? Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. We'll do right there. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing? Scrumtush. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? What? What time is it anyway? Yes or no? Yes. You can increase the number of the game title if you keep going where you started the second one. Really? Honestly, I've played it so much I don't even know how to do that. Got all the way to the Stanley Parable 15. No, this is the first game, Doc Crits. I know that it says to, but that's not right. There's a few things that we didn't do that I could maybe potentially fuck around with tomorrow. But I have streamed too long and I am hungry.